Hello everyone, I put on my glasses today. I put on my lawyering glasses for lawyering. I need them to be a better lawyer. They're very important for lawyering. And now we're back with this shit. Boy. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian— no way, not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her and you. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. And dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida, probably. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda, probably. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial is over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze? Okay, Mr. Loyal Dude. Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yeah. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impact's as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impacts suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Corrida, the victim of this murder. That's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Let us say that Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact's. It was Edward. But he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Whatever you say, boss. Please put on a shirt for the sake of the court. I don't want us to get kicked out of it because your teeth pop off. No offense, boss. March 32nd, 2:25 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Hi, Edward Dumpy. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edward, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness appointed by this court, Miss Arian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Madengard. I see. Now then. Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. I would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was a topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation with the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. This was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. Yay! It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You pour yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by doing this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Yes, ma'am. Okay. I think I need to press here. You were in shock. God damn it. I was right on the options. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corrida. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Edward, we know that you don't like women, come on. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. Juice? Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. Hey, whoa. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, you were in great shock. And that's when you pour yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Huh? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? No, press for the idiot. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? Apparently? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case. And that would explain the... where is it? The water on the tip, on the lid of it. You testify that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell into the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one strange thing about this guitar case. And what is it? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered under the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards would be inside, not outside the case. Well, there would probably be some of them outside of the case, but yeah, the majority of it would have fallen inside the case. What is your point, right? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Yes. The empty guitar case is very important. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along, for now. I mean, Edward, how are you surprised? You dealt with Phoenix several times in your life. How aren't you used to Phoenix's bullshit at this point? Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. She's so tired. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, I don't know. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wistfulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. It's nice that you miss me, Edward. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. You seem any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. You love me and want to marry me. Shut the fuck up. Uh-huh. This is a percent, actually. There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. Oopsie! What is it, Miss Andrews? Oh god, I hit my mic. Sorry about that. I was scratching my nose. My nose is itchy. I was scratching my nose. I was scratching my nose. And I hit my mic again. God fucking damn it, me. You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? Why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. Yeah, like, then what about the wine glass? You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yeah, actually. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah. Even if you took your gloves off when you pour yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Nice replacement glasses. Order, order, order in this goddamn court. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. It's just an empty guitar case. I wonder if it really was empty though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. I must admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vest fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure the guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well... Let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar was... So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours, you haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Let me check. Because I don't know exactly which one to present. Oh, right, the photo of the Nico Samurai. This is a photograph. Look at this photograph. Yes, but what is important is what it is in that photo, is in that picture, Your Honor. So if you would look at this photograph, in this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is, inside the guitar case was the Nico Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Yeah, that one. Order! Order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. You know my strategy, speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Why is that so funny? Why is the way he says it's so funny? He was hiding inside a costume. No shit, Sherlock! What do you think people do in costumes? Oh god, he's so stupid. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai costume could have been Mr. Matsengard's. Good old Matsengard. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places. True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? It was a spare costume. Mr. Engard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? I still kinda wanna call it Watergate. Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this pair to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Corrida, was the jamming ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just, Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was the press conference thingy. What is this? Oh, you know, it's a ticket for a conference. On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference, which, weirdly enough, Matt said that he didn't know anything about. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold a press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as a Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matsengard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, it just makes Matsengard even more guilty. That's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. I'm the person who prepared the second costume for him. That was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix... He was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what this secret of Mr. Ngats is, Mr. Andrew? Mrs. Andrew? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. Engard? Considering everything else? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. And tipsy-turny, if you will. And this is a press. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jamming Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the plates of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that it makes very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Mia, why are you looking at me like that? Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Damn. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. Why do you have to put it like that? There it is. This is the victim's autopsy report for his autopsy that he had done. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume. When? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. Ah. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order, what is the meaning of... What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edward. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose. We now know this button was not turned off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean what I think it means? Are we going to do what we always do every night, brain? Yeah, we're gonna try to conquer the world. Does it mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? Oh, you know, to pin the crime on someone. There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Engard was set up. By the real killer, of course. I know it's probably more likely pronounced Engard, but Engard is better. Although, Engard sounds more in like the English pronunciation when I think about it. Then again, the French pronounce everything weird. And the real murderer is... well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally, I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engardi's profile, sweet move, is Adrian. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you, Pikachu. You are Mr. Corrida's killer. What? Complete mild reaction from her. Order, order, and order also. Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. Well, how preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, naturally. A knife covering the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what about the button that was found in Matsukama? His button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. The costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews supposedly left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was a classic Daisy discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exit the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. We're destroying this poor woman's savings in glasses. Like, she broke like 5 glasses, like set of glasses already. She's gonna pay so much money for those. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Alright, you pled the fifth. Well, yes. You're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, yes they do, Phoenix. They can in fact do it on the spot, and they do. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Engard's room... Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood. Alright. That's it. That's what Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edward? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer he has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida. Miss Andrews, do you want to kill Mr. Corrida? I believe this may lead to my incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. God damn it. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify. And the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you swearing for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edward, I know you know who the real killer is. Please let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then my, But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... Thanks, Edward. It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Edward having a moment of like, why did you not tell me that your assistant was in problems, you little idiot? Like, I can only imagine Edward just finding out that there's like this entire situation with Maya and just being like, Phoenix, you could have fucking told me about this. Phoenix, I would have absolutely fucking helped you if you told me about it, you fucking idiot. Why are you like this? And then that begins a round of like, who is the biggest idiot in the relationship, which like, Phoenix is just like, you said that you killed yourself when you left. Is that not worse than what I did? So, you know, classic relationship banter from this two. Mr. Edward, what are you? It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you pour yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify. Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we found out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edward today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? Like that tattoo song. I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrew, if you, please. Bye. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edward, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination, please. Yeah, I don't believe that. Not that one, the crime photo. So, you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Yeah, that's not a very natural way of sitting. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corrida's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man. That's, well, you see, I know a single person in the world will mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. Your life has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. This poor woman had to replace like 7 pairs of glasses at this point. No, she always sounds boring. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant... Oh god, wait. I'm gonna give you a suit. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. I don't know what's with me. It's like I'm dying. It's like parts of my body are just failing randomly and I'm just slowly dying from who knows what. The defendant, Mr. Madengar, is not guilty after all. That's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. You were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Girl, that's how you end up in trouble. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Madengar's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Madengard. Thanks, Edward. Your Honor. The prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What are you, witness? Don't you understand yet? Huh? Oh. I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head. It was Francisca. It was Francisca. Edward, it was Francisca. This is the kind of dumb shit that Francisca would do. Edward. It was Francisca. Edward. But as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matengar will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francisca von Karma. Huh? Oh. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Madengar will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? Right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me, I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Han. Help, please. Someone help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come on, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Okay, fine. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Engar will get an acquittal, but in his place, you will be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet, how dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edward. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. Edward? What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however... what is it, Mr. Edward? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edward? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop, please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, is no use. I have the evidence right here. That's your medical records? That's the second part of the suicide report, the attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Arian Andrews. A secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. If people find out. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Damn, Edward. I scold. Edward. Edward, how can you be so cold? Phoenix, he's doing it for an act, but also, yeah, that's ice cold. However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself or should I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please help me. Well, that's a solution. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had faint, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped it off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Stab the body with a knife? But why would you do that? To incriminate Matt. To make it look like he didn't, like he did it because she didn't know if he did it or not. Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man? What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim Juan Corrida in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt and Gar for the murder, which had already happened. And this is her crime. Which is indeed a crime. Like, she fucked around with the crime scene, which is already pretty serious. Even if you do it accidentally, and then she did it on super purpose. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. No, I'm still shocked. And then, this is the part where we need to press on every statement. But you could tell from the state of the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is part of the Jamming Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wet him up and went to pour the juice. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife? It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stopped Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Engarde's hakama? Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet on my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready pacing back and forth. That's Miss Olbach's for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've had enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engarde's room and planted the button? Into Matt's hakama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snook it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does all this mean? Mr. Edward, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engarde. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. Edward very quietly thinking, God fucking damn it, Francisca. Why are you like this? God fucking damn it, Francisca. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Their honest reaction? Yeah, that really is their honest reaction to that. Wait, Your Honor! The defense still... Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, so is today's trials. You couldn't establish that the witness was a culprit? Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edward, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. No. Oh, we don't see the seat very often. That's a silly seat. His honest reaction to this. Today's trial, it's over. Also, it's interesting in the... Like, I remember the original sprite very well. You can't see Phoenix's face in the DS sprite. Like, it's too tiny and they don't have enough space to actually draw part of his face. Here you can see, like, part of his eye and everything. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, will you mind if I ask you something? Edward? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wonder if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand, it had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. And that's why they're so fucking stupid. I'll go on my glasses. Fucking stupid. Wait, yes! That card! Give it to me! Hurry! Edward? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly and inadvertently done? This, I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edward so emotional before. That card, what in the world is it? And what does it mean? Actually, this makes perfect sense. Because if investigations happens, like if investigations 1 and 2 happen between the original Phoenix Wright and Justice for All, which at least the first investigation does, at least the first one does, that would mean that Edward would absolutely know who the killer is at this point in time. Because he would have met him, because apparently he meets him in one of the 2 games. Although the worst part is that he goes back to the circus in the second one, and I'm gonna have to deal with that shit again, and my voice is gonna die. So, you know, makes sense. It kinda makes sense. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m. Wright and Co. Law Offices. There, Pearls. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Engar hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Gee, Rob, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, Hey, you guys! Glad to call you, Paul! Meet Mr. Squaffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. Poor Gumshoe. He always gets the shortest end of the stick, I guess. Poor Gumshoe. Poor Gumshoe. Hey, just plain old Mr. The Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. So, what are you going to do now? From now on? Oh yeah, mean pal. Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up? Oh, that, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. His honest reaction to this information. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Edgar's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? Because you're surrounded by poor people, Phoenix. You're one of them. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edward act like that. Never thought he'd say something like that. He didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. And now. That's just how Edward is. He hated that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. I mean, yeah, that's why we're investigating, Phoenix. You mean about that thing, pal? Like the car thingy? What would she want to... No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Engard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Like the robots in disguise. Oh, that's what Edward would like us to believe. That's such a guilty tweak. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. No, she was... Pearl, hon, Pearl, sweetie, honey, darling, Pearl. No, she was not. Franziska is worse. Franziska Van Karma. Speaking of Miss Van Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Non-fatally, but you know, still. Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edward said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So it might be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. Pearl, you're gonna grow up so fucked up and so kinky. Now, I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hoti Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess I can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Oh boy. Oh boy. March 22nd, Hoti Clinic, reception. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Hi, wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hoti. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie! Edward? Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director Francisca. How is Francisca von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good habits. Because, you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes. And the thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. It looks like Edward doesn't know about this director and his secret. He's such stupid man. She looks so beautiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. Haha. And when I snuck up on her real secret, like, she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes. But I think I could get used to it. Go back to your room. You're so mean. So mean. My frisky friska. That's good too. Okay. Yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes. Her honest reaction to that. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. It's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know? Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. Francisca, sometimes, for reasons that I don't understand, people care about you. Like, that man is basically your brother. Like, the only one you probably had a decent relationship with, considering that Von Karma has at least a couple of children, which is inherently horrifying. Like, that man fucked more than once. I don't understand. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your in your shoulders. Who are you, your dad? But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Engard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would have already be over. Oh, well, hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Engard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Avery and Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Engard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. Like, I hate to break this to you, Francisca, but Adrian is kind of like a disaster lesbian. Like, you kind of need to be careful with her if you're a woman, because she might have a moment. No guilt in those eyes. Absolutely zero guilt in that stare. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. Oh, god damn it. Do you still want the tulips that I brought? So if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edward? What happened today at the trial, Edward? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, right, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edward, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness that car! Give it to me, hurry! Do you have any idea what you have stupidly and inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That car... What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, right, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. An assassin? So who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. They just inherit the name, you know, cool shit like that. Long-standing. The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is a professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So, because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? It's called a calling card, Pearl. You do it for style. It's for style points. Like when you do silly things in Devil May Cry. You're not doing it because it matters. You're doing it because you want those style points. We think it is a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. Discovery of the car basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped. What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. Yeah, obviously you had no idea because I didn't tell you. Duh. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Yeah, Mr. Nick, Mr. Edward is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edward. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right? Listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrida was killed by Shelly the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Mattengard. Your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. Why is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Letter of introduction allows wearer to freely investigate the crime scene. Yay! In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Ngai hired an assassin? Yes. No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. a psycholog, as Edward would say. Yeah, I guess not. Maya, please, all I ask is you make it home safe and sound. Date, question mark, question mark, question mark. Time, question mark, question mark, question mark. Location, question mark, question mark, question mark. Question mark? Question mark emoji. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to throw a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Date, question mark, question mark, question mark. Time, question mark, question mark, question mark. Location, question mark, question mark, question mark. Question mark. What is this place? I got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Cease and maybe get out of here. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aww, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Locked, of course. It doesn't look like I can use a trapdoor to open this door. It's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. There's a frame picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR. There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. Yeah, this is a person who enjoys their electronics. But what is an antenna doing here? Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. It seems that your Mr. Right is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways, you mean? Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I am almost certain I told you on our first meeting, I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin. People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! I'm scared! Damn. March 22nd, 7:04 p.m. for the clinic reception. Mr. Nick. Oh yes, Barrels. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edward has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay! Detention center time! March 22nd, Detention Center, Visitors Room. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. I have too many questions I need to ask. Sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt and Guard. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? Wait, if they're a little ways out from the hotel, then why are you staying at the hotel? I'm just asking. This is terrible! Let's go, we have to feed this cat! I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Well then. A client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel. Hotel lobby. Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for course. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Miss Olbag. Devaluate my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-head petting fogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as I promised. But what I really was something more valuable. I want to make people's heart. It's all your fault, you... goddammit. Miss Olbag. Keep your hands off of me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? I think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. I have other things to do first. March 22nd, in Guard Mansion, living room. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Whoa, so this is what a star house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's try shoot a kitty cat. Shoo! So I guess this is Shoo. Kitty! It's a kitty! It's a cute kitty! It's a kitty! Kitty! I love kitty! I love kitty! It's a kitty cat! I love kitty! I'm going to adopt you after I put your dad in jail. Ah, what a lovely cat! Hello, Shoo! This cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me? Oh, it's you. Hi. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Engart's lawyer. The masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. You really call yourself John Doe? That's a little on the nose, hon. Like, you have to give it to him. John Doe, it's a little too on the nose. A little too on the nose. Nice to meet you. Kitty. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ngar, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not specially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not specially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Ngard to have the kind to have a maid over a butler. You know. It's a very cute cat you got there. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies show. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's not crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. So there is a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. I love Shu. He is baby. I love Shu. Enga, can you feed my cat? I mean, the assassin who is in the house. Yeah, sure, bro. I mean, to be fair, to be sincerely fair, I feel like for all that he's an assassin, I feel like Shelly would absolutely just be like, "Aw, cat. I'm going to make sure that the cat is okay." He would care about the cat. Anyway, oh bag, I have my letter. Let me fucking go. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edward. Miss Obag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour, I smell. Ugh. Let's see here. Will you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgewood. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because 80%, so you understand? Okay. Sure. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I will let you off the hook. Okay. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edward. Pearl, I don't think you understand what kind of strong feelings she has. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's all mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Ah! What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Engar's room today. Why? The police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face a rather windy old bag. Okay, whatever you say, Mom. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Har. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scoring for clues about the killer. They haven't even moved the flowers. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, hallway. Hey, city boy. Lota, you're still here? Wreck and cars. An investigative photographer eats her stars on her ability to snap the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. Yeah, you have a camera? Wreck given! A photographer's gonna have cameras on the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? It's not hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine yet, Red Steve? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What, you're really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. I ain't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess it means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that video I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about a guard shoving his manager lady onto corrida? Yeah. Ah, well, I reckon you must not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bulldooders. Hey, what's with ya? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? And why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Ah, my baby! My 1600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're the redcoat's friend, ain't ya? So put in a few good words for me and give me my camera. You want me to do what? He's nagged the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little hon. Keep on the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your foot now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it back to me. Would you please just leave already? God fucking damn it. Taking a sip of the water for hydration needs. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. Mr. Dick! What is that otherworldly ghastly moaning? Who's masturbating in this room? Hashtag sex noises. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me, what should you call it, a demon, brat? Zoinks! Jinkies, even! It's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Olbag. What are you doing here? What is wrong with younguns today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. Ma'am, you were clearly masturbating. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by the fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Corrida. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engard. Well, that's just a recent thing, bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at that mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings that his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick,
What is it, Pearls?
the questions, they're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Alright, all of Mr. Corrida's presents from his fans seem to be, bears.
Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears?
Well, Pearl, there's this thing where men are called bears sometimes. I assume it's that.
You don't know. When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two talk it out, down by a river going, ha, you sure can fight. You too, Bob. You too.
It's a bear. Well, I guess he can get fucked by a bear if that's what he wants. Did all that really happen, or was it in, like, one of his shows?
It's in his biography, Bob.
What a load of crock.
So ever since then, Fran has been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice. Bears.
I'm Uncle Bear and I say it's barely o'clock.
8 o'clock, rather. What is that infernal racket?
It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second.
8 p.m. That's the time when there was ceremony ended that night, remember?
That time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Wait. Although I like the whole bear collection. I would like that. I like bears. Bears are good. Oh fuck. The transceiver! Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you are not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good. Oh, one more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please, please let Maya say something I want to hear. She's alright. Alright. Then... a little... What is this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems bad. Connect. He's going through a tunnel. Damn it, did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me. He was going through a tunnel, clearly. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. Well, there's one person we can ask about it, who supposedly should know. March 22nd, Ride & Co. Law Offices. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You got to be kidding me. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There is one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Well, clearly there's something. The transceiver?
Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Squaffy Detective about that thing.
What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh? Maybe it creased itself.
That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal? Electromagnetic interference? So what is electromagnetic interference? I need to ask because I'm an idiot. It's something that happens when a radio waves get mixed with get mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
Computer?
It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh yeah, the TV does that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about.
He seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Ah. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Corrida's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it, I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, gum show! Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. He's having fun.
Yeah! We should be going too, Mr. Nick.
Alright, let's go. I should have dinner though. Oh wait. Okay. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting.
You have the bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. And then suddenly I'm staring at the pressing doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers.
What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item!
Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
You said you need a bug sweeper?
Looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh, by who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Your heart and soul?
It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to be about anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
Why isn't it ready that way?
Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're going to find it, right?
Right, now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong the signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm going to stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Those are telephones, so... Wait, the lamp? What would the lamp... Lamp check. Listening device? Nope.
Yeah, I know your lamps need to run, Mr. Nick.
Yeah?
And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Yeah. I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. This isn't even a... That's a robot dog, so it's clear to that. That's a TV, a radio. That's a camera. That's a clock. Wait, the coffee?
Well, he sort of looks like a hot water pot, but...
Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of a water, coffee comes out.
Really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of?
I don't think there's anything like that, Pearl. Sorry. Ah, there it is. The eye.
This is just a yarn soupy stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I have ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean?
No, not yet, but these were the eyes.
Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you find the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got.
No, you can't. Such a violent act.
Oh.
No!
Well then. It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What, Mike there? A transmitter, pal.
I need more of that high-tech stuff.
So this tiny thing is a camera? Yup, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape on this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else.
Somewhere else?
The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder.
So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right. So to record the victim's room from 8 PM for 1 hour. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 PM and go for around 1 hour. 8 PM? That was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
I'm pretty sure he's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe...
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye.
And it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. Yeah, we established that. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Corrida this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there got a video of what happened here that night.
Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh, is there really no way to find out? I got it! What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going to go around to the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even I have to search all night. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Okay. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah. He's gone again. Yeah. But Mrs. Coffee Detective sure is a nice man. He tries his best. We have to give him that much. He's pushing himself so hard for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ah! You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edward, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward, one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet, we still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? Oh, I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that a scatterbrain detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere, however, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Henry? Can't you really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking these for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edward. Edward, that's a very large stuffed bear. Like, that is like human size. Like that is on, like, how do... Edward, how are you snatching up the human size bear? Edward? See you soon, right? Okay. Wait! What? Why are you doing this? Because you're my boyfriend and I care. Oh. I wasn't expecting that answer. I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. Yeah, that is literally just, I like you and I care, and I hate that I like you and I care. That's Edward's way of saying I have a crush on you. But besides that, right, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corrida's real killer. Miss Andrews' past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Engard. And this car, Shelly the killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edward. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. And all I can do for now, after we do this, is get myself some coffee. I'm gonna need it. March 22nd, 9:14 p.m. Gatewater Hotel, Corrida's hotel room. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Elwood has already found Mr. Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professional sparrows. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can't win, and if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
Okay. We have a lot to do after this, and I need my coffee, so I'm gonna go get that, and then we'll continue our investigation. Oh, I stretched my back and I had a moment. My body is dying. My body's just dying by itself. Okay. God damn it. Because we're close to perhaps the best scene in this entire game. Perhaps the most iconic scene in this entire game. And I want to get there. So I'll go get my coffee and then we'll continue. So be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. We're here dealing with shit. So the real person who killed Mr. Corrida was
The assassin mysteriously killer wife.
and the car Miss Andrews found at the scene of the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean who asked for the murder?
The person didn't want to dip their own hands in blood, but whoever the client is, they're still a killer. For planning it, like it's still illegal.
Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. No, like the thing about Adrian is that the second you take out the possibility of her killing him, it makes no sense that she would go out of her way to incriminate someone else when she already contracted a killer, a professional, to actually do the job. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? Exactly.
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be.
Not God himself.
If Mr. God really did hire the assassin,
then he's not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. God, right? I mean, when we first talked with him.
Mr. God, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Corrida? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Corrida, okay? It didn't see any psych looks at the time. Actually, that reminds me.
You remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right, you didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Man had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. Oh god, my nose is itchy. My nose. I hate my nose. It's itchy. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Mr. Engar's secret. Yes, his secret. It's an illusion. No, it's a secret. What is the secret?
I don't know yet, but for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal this secret. That means Mr. Engar had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Engar. There's no way around it now. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, hallway.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 PM already. We still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of the secret Mr. Corrida held about Mr. Engar. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. These two are things I must know tonight.
Why am we sitting hours over the detention center?
I'm sure we'll think of something, Perils. Don't you worry. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall.
God, my nose. It's so itchy. Why is my nose so itchy? I hate so itchy. Everything is itchy and full of pollen and terrible, and I die. I just die. I just become deceased. The entire time, I just become deceased. It's the West. Hey, wait! What is it, whippersnapper? There's nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? That one Gumshoe made.
I don't know, and frankly I don't care. But the request came from Edgepoo, so... Edgewood? And he said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
Edward. 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 Really? 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 So I'm going to feel free to direct out my anger towards you.
Gee, thanks a bundle, Edward. What a pole you are. I'm gonna remember this when we get married.
This is absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourself. I hear they found a spy camera in one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know, it was to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corrida.
I'll let you in on another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that unoptioned puffy-haired photographer girl, the nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself too.
Whoa, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can be that it's nothing good.
But I didn't say anything.
So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Oh?
I'll tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard.
Who are you talking about?
You don't know that manager woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts? Miss Anderson's mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That's Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know?
Married? You mean to Mr. Corrida?
Really young geeks today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement? What in the...
Why would Miss Impact want to kill herself? She was going to get married.
I mean, for some women, that's reason enough to get... to do that. I hate to break that to you, Pearl.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan.
What?
But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly cancelled their marriage.
Is that true?
It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see. That night after oh, that's over.
That night after Juan killed, after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself.
How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
Well, that's important information anyway.
March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel. Hotel lobby.
On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Feels like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. I need to go to the office before going to the Wait, no, maybe I need to go to the criminal first and then to the detention center. Sometimes it's weird about it. March 22nd, write and call officers.
It doesn't look like Mr. Crawford Detective is here.
Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronic stores.
Yeah, I'll make some salad for him for dinner.
It looks like parents really appreciate what Gumshoe is doing for us.
Mr. Nick?
Yes?
Where is the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever brought lettuce before.
Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then.
Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem.
Phoenix?
Fucking get... like... healthier foods. March 22nd, detention center, visitors room. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk with Mr. Angar tonight.
But isn't what we have to ask very important?
Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard. Maybe. Criminal Affairs Department. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
It feels full of tension here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Engarde's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. Decisive witness? You mean for the Engarde case? We're taking the witness statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edward. What's Edward up to now?
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnappers, the man, and now this, I can't see any way to win here. You said... Sorry, I had the thing still on my face. I just have the worst bout of sneezing ever. I'm so sorry about that. I just couldn't control that. God. My nose. Oh yeah. Mr. Edward wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go.
Why?
I've already called them so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
It is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content. It sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Man. My nose. At least the coffee's pretty good. Delicious coffee. March 22nd, detention center, visitors room, again. I'm sure they must have transferred Mrs. Andrew here by now. So that means that both Mr. Engarde and Mrs. Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Oh... Well... Good question. Well, Andrews, really. Oh, it's you. Yeah? I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. You can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Corrida had on Mr. Engarde. I'd like to ask you about Matt Engarde, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Engarde. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? Oh, you know. That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste's impacts, I had finally put her death behind me. And now thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry? Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never had any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Engarde? That's simple, because he's the killer, and that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job. No, they're not. So they figure it out, right? No, they're not. Phoenix, all cops are bastards. Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Mrs. Andrews? Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. What did you say just now? Stoic look, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. Oh, come on, I'm nice. You don't need to put it like that. I'm cute and small. I'm a good boy. Wait. I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say... Revenge. Criminal Affairs Department. March 22nd, again, police station, again, Criminal Affairs Department, again. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? I was talking with a detective until a little while ago and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They say my face and whole self in general look suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you look suspicious. I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? No, hon. People just judge you very, very badly. So, about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. How do you not know? You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said. What do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about? Pearl? They mean me. Pearl, they mean me. Pearl, please. I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me. Because who else would it be? Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick, Maya and myself are the only two eyes in this whole world, but he's are white. Ouch, I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Because he's got that refreshing like spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself. What? How horrible, that's unforgivable. Ow, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know, Miss Arian Andrews. Yeah, because she's gay. Clearly. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? Ah, you see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities and their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly British kind of guy, you see. Nah, you're adorable. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Mrs. Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Mrs. Impax? They had something about how her wedding was cancelled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day. About that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. There wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Corrida? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, "It looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man." A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Corrida by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? It is a man that she was gonna marry, so... And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Engard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Back to the detention center again! Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Back to Matt then. Dude, it's Mr. Wright! I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow, I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edward just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and the assassin's client is this man, Matt Engard. What's wrong, Mr. Engard? There is something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kinda different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Han was gonna dress up as a nickel samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Will you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Ah, yes. The 5-lock setup. I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Cyclops, and a lot of them. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Do you know about Mr. Corrida and Mrs. Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Mrs. Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager, and Mrs. Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste's impact suicide note from him. Celeste. Does that jog any memories? Oh god, my nose. Wait. My nose. Oh, it's so itchy. Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea like green peas? No, Pearl, it's super cool. Pizzas are great. Let's go eat one later, okay? I got caught up by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay? No. Mr. Engard, are you connected to Mrs. Impact's suicide in some way? March 22nd, Bright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Nick, your phone! I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. It's probably just your imagination.
You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important.
Hello? We got a big problem, pal. What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay. Hey, wait a sec. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. It's the end. I say I'm going to... Oh, I got here faster than I thought. Yeah, your face is still even there on the screen. You're both there. It's floating. Hey. No time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. Huh? This quickly? And this was what gave them away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edward that figured... Shh, Pearls. And go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
Madden Guard.
Huh?
Madden Guard, your client, that's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... I had it from the department store clerk, pal. Here's a credit card receipt for their purchase. It's for 3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. I hit my mic again. God fucking damn it. The store clerk said so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Engard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Engard's autograph out of it, pal. Oh, that's pretty bad. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Engard himself. My side is failing me. This can't be. So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can't get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give this back to you for you to file away into evidence. Oh, thanks. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I never thought... I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corrida's room was Madden Guard.
Why would Mr. Engard do something like this?
I bet it was to catch Mrs. Andrew and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him? Mr. Engard, I mean? Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick.
You don't have to come if you don't want to, Pearly.
I wonder what we will find out next.
I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Madden Guard, what in the world have you done? You know, crimes. You're working really late, you know? It's already past 10 PM, dude. I think it's time you told me the truth.
Relax, and you know that ignorance is bliss.
But if you really want to know, let's talk. Here we go. Now let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention this whole time, the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corrida, especially on that night. Let's see, where's the spy camera? Spy camera? Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corrida's room that night, the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then send the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? You know, a bear. The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fawn. Oh. I guess one had a few of those kind of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fawn. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Corrida was... Profiles... Matt... Percent... Mr. Engar, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eyes was you, Mr. Engard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the bear inside, who put the camera inside the bear. And that's the credit card receipt. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all that you can tell from this is that I spent 3,800 or 3.8k if you want. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This 3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. You kill an elephant to make a toothbrush. Dude. Ew, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? No, they probably use worse things, Phoenix. Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, do you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes. You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. That's more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Corrida's room and filmed it in secret is... Picture card? What is that card? Maybe he doesn't know about this car. Come on, dude. It is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you don't really know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? How would you know that he's a scumbag if you never heard about him before? This coffee is really good. How, my dude? Dude? This is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt Engard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer is because... You're a hero of justice, please. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hire Shirley the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Engard. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway. Mr. Engard, you really did hire... Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Oh, don't worry, he has like a Shaquille and Mr. Hyde thing going on. Except that they're both kind of evil. They're just different kinds of evil. Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. Finally, yeah. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Madam Guard. Where did you get that alcohol? Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to get as much information as you have. You really... So you are Shelly the Killer's client. You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? Why do you mean? And that woman, Arian, was quite brave herself. Tried to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Connie's dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? Yes. You're lying. Why you're terrible. And that's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. Like, why do you hide the video comment on? Wicklingson believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come on, Mr. Wright. Assassins are about blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows while holding the sinful deeds over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why? Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can give him away and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he was about to sling so much dung into my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Corrida had been able to give it, then Mr. Engad's secret would have. Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's what Mr. Corrida ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me. Mad and guard. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. God damn it, my nose is itching again. Ah, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Corrida, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey, now I never told you any lies. That person who did the killer was that the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Ah, but too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Ah, but you can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can do.
Ishigmaya.
You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
You scoundrel.
So if I were you, Mr. Right Squire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. I'll say something just like that in memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turn out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. No, seriously, where did you get that whiskey glass? Actually, I'm not sure it's whiskey. Like, that is a cognac kind of glass. I'm pretty sure that's a cognac glass. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edward, I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the present.
March 22nd, police station, criminal affairs department. Again.
Well, right. What are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy...
No, we can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Is that Edward?
Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't really understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, right, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer... Martin God, that man is really... Ugh! It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get engulfed and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right? Will you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? 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 We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone. That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francisco Moncarma are always using all you have to pin me down. And you do it for sexual reasons, I know, but I don't understand what's up with Francisco. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all.
And? Isn't that the same with you?
Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty! I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. I don't despise you, I'm just salty about all the things you did. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect queen record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless. Why? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engar's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He's my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why am I doing what I am. Yeah? This is what I like to call my aftercare. It also includes cookies and juice. What the heck is aftercare? Phoenix, do you not know about BDSM? This man doesn't even know about BDSM. My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is why it is called client relations, and it is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? Look, I'm very professional. We were unlucky this time and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before. However, you did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As the killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, it would be my duty as an assassin to see it she receives a nice long nap. Now then, if you'll excuse me. If someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Kitty!
I don't know what to say.
Edward!
You hear that at the end of that transmission? Huh, oh, that... It sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can be that cat, can it?
Why is it?
I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage.
Edward,
have all the police units head for Engard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Perils. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
March 22nd, Engard Mansion, living room.
Maya! Maya! We hunted Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler! All this time he was the killer. He and Engard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
Figurine? A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corrida? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edward. There's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Engard's private lounge. Look at this right. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals on a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, I'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. Just like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. It's Engard's computer. Maya, why couldn't you have used this to get help?
Mr. Nick, where's the power switch?
Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. What a spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on it.
I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick.
I can't read all the labels, but this is a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like Engard taped all of his own shows. Weirdo. It's a VCR and antenna. The footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was beamed here and recorded on tape.
If only we had that tape, it would have been really helpful.
A huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw these, she'd say, I would die a happy samurai fan if I could see the nickel samurai on TV like this. Yeah, that's what she said. I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now we lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkup points along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste.
Mrs. Impax? You mean...
Yeah, Mr. Corrida's former manager.
Why would a picture of Mrs. Impax be here in Mr. Engard's mansion?
And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. What's wrong, Pearls?
But please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
Oh, on the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya, she left us a message.
What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up, you better get a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creep is lying by not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. And that's why you get the bad end, by the way. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless slunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later.
That's yeah. Maya.
Right. Yeah? What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edward? Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short of one last thing. And what is that? That single lock. Mrs. Andrews' Cyclock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edward. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. March 22nd, detention center, again. Visitor's room, again. We're just been here like 27 times. Good evening, Mr. Wright. It's like 12 p.m. Not really evening anymore, like middle of the night, really. What's wrong? You look ill. A lot of things happen, woman. Miss Andrews, I come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder? I have already told you countless times because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Mrs. Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So are you saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. It looks so silly. Celeste. Yep. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Infax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Infax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? This is a photo of Miss Infax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Infax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Engard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Corrida didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Engard? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why "With Love, Celeste" is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away. That's horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal will have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called our marriage... Oh, god damn it. I hit my mic again. God fucking damn it. Sorry about that. On the night Juan called her marriage of Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Corrida have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for it when it would hurt Juan the most. Point me the impact. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds and... So that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt. And it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all these that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note. And that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's why we support you. And that's all I have to say. To be fair, he was already dead. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It wasn't a big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with my situation. Or with what I know now. Well. That happened. Oh, is that dream from the first case? We're back at it. This looks very in the DS version. I had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. No, that gives you the button. We're not doing that. March 23rd, 9:43 AM. District Court, defendant lobby number 3. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright, the press attorney. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious one's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Now listen up, you better get and guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and I'm not guilty, I'll never give you, ever. Maya... Phoenix. Phoenix! Mia! Maya, who's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up, there's still some hope left. Stop it, please, there's nothing left, not here, not anywhere. Is that a cursing guard again? Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore, I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find the killer. If we can't get Maya out, then you can get and guard the guilty verdict he deserves, well. That's true, I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. Have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edward with everything you got, then you two can't draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edward can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. Well, I guess money can buy friendship, but it's temporary. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. I guess. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. March 23rd, 10 AM, District Court. Courtroom number 3. Hi, Edward Dumpy. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt and Guard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. The defense has just been taking a while, and I don't know why. Nerds. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edward, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion on the Mr. Guard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Wait, I want to check something. Okay, damn it. I want to check something. Oh, okay. I needed to check a date. Then you're saying that she's guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Mrs. Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is a calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Madengard. What a surprising turn of events! I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edward has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until May is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edward. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, that's, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Engard's room. Okay, sure. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. I'm talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Engard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? It's the usual. Okay. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? Well, that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. At first? What do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why is that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because of Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edward? Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Yes. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Probably the tip, because we don't know what the killer actually looks like. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure, but giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Will you please clarify for the court about how much would you say the defendant gave to the baby boy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he made the boy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? I wish I could tip like that. Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Nah, just wait and see. There's nothing I can really object to here. I mean, who can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd? So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Yeah, payment. For murder. Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edward. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the car Shelly the killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelly the killer? He's the person the police's special investigators team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin Shelly the killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Corrida's room. And now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much, that is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done, there's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room, and if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain us and make us laugh. What the fuck am I, a clown? This is not a laughing matter. It is to me. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? The bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a car, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide? Or no, pull a fast one. There is nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, Bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Man, what? Are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? Yes, he will, idiot. I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kinda strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest room empty-handed. The wine glass. Mr. Powers, I got you in my sight tonight. I guess I got you in my sights tonight. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's mega suspicious. Super sus, if you will. He's got all those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches! Are you implying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Wait, that logic is stupid. Well, that's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look at here. This is the crime scene. Yeah. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corrida's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table, in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corrida's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But what? Literally, that is the most solid logic we presented this entire game. That would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah, but you can prove that Mr. Corrida was already dead at the time? Mr. Edward. Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he always laughing? Why is he always laughing at me? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? I mean, I want to share that my nose is itching again. God fucking damn it, my nose! My nose! My nose! My nose! I hate it. The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed? What? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? The bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. I was gonna say, gloves are not that strange for bellboys, depending on the uniform, but I don't see a lot of bellboys with pitch black leather gloves. It's usually white. They usually use white for the kind of uniform. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Yeah, like the ones you would use if you were a serial killer. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, I'm going to focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves! Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones. Those were really not part of the uniform. So, a football is made of leather! Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. He's so happy about it. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room, then the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So, the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kinda saw that by accident. Some accident, I say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. I'm so fucked. Uh-huh. I said hold it. Okay. That's better. Ahem. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Let's go about this something. You gave something to this person. Yeah? And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But it implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kinda small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. Oh, so after he ate the person inside the room, the thing. Uh-huh. Press again as another person. Exactly the same dialogue again, because of course. Let's go about the person inside. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah? I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edward, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor, I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Let's see. I think it was no. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. Oh, goddammit. A statue? Yeah, kinda looked like one, I guess. I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? Looks like for this try to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever the statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Okay, well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? Okay. Okay, present. The figurine, probably. Because the other bear is too large. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Edward, you're pregnant? Congrats! Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up! It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, there's something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's a something. Well, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Madden Guard's mansion. At the defendant's house? Oh, you know. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. Clearly. Look at that dead man. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. then the bear being found at Mr. Engar's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Madengard is the killer's client. Order! 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 I said order! Jesus Christ. Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah... Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edward would have. Yeah, because he cares, and he's my friend. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? The bear. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Engar's mansion. However, Mr. Engar was arrested at the hotel that night, which makes no sense for the bear to be there then. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Engar who took this bear to his mansion. Why, that's very true. Why didn't we consider that point, Mr. Wright? There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Disaster, I bet that it would... You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself in Engar's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time he was the killer. The killer and Engar were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Engar's mansion as its butler. The bear figurine was brought back to Engar mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Engar had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. Is it too much? Isn't there anything I cannot talk at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. What? There is still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? This person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was who took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! My honest reaction to that? What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remember who took the bear. What? Couldn't you have done that earlier or something? I'm taking the chance to drink the rest of my coffee. Delicious coffee. And some hydration. Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm. It was a nickel samurai's arm, I swear it. You got to be kidding me! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the nickel samurai. Order! Order! Jesus Christ. It looks like you've dug your own grave. Yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the nickel samurai. And as we all know, Madengar is the nickel samurai. Thanks to the defense, we made that all the clearer. I think we'd heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defender's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Madengar himself. Yes. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. Super cool of you. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edward has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? No, raise a fucking objection. I will now announce my There is only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. The reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at the guard mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Profiles. Move there. Good old Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Madengar for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Ah! Then the nickel samurai arm that I saw, it could have been her, yeah. It's definitely not, but still. That could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Engard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony, the defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figurine at Mr. Engard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edward, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on. Oh, goddammit. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya, this is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Bailiff, walk all of the balls. Walk them all. All their balls are walked. Your Honor? For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game. Is what-if game, Mr. Edward? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even if you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Engar right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Ugh, I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick. Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power. Ah, Mr. Nick, your ponies! It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Whew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. You know, I was only able to come up this far because I kept thinking to myself, I got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent! Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia? It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. He's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Come show! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The very big circus. Where you went, and it was terrible, remember? Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry! And... I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Come show, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her, an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, I just not her, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Come, show, please hurry. I mean, she's been not eating for 3 days. That's not worrisome. It's more worrisome that she hasn't had any water. Like, a human can survive up to, like, I think 72 hours without water. You can survive much longer without food, depending on how much fat reserves you have. I know, because once I spent 10 days without eating. After the 3rd day without eating, you forget that you're hungry. It's like your body just closes that up. It's incredible. It was a weird experience. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. But don't do it without, like, any medical attention. Like, usually if they ask you to do something like that, it's because they're gonna, like, make an operation and they need all of your bowels clean, you know? March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, Court number 3. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Again. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today as to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to these bear's secrets? Alright. Why? Why does she? Because, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Phoenix. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. That's kind of shitty, I feel. You really can't tell that there is a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine is a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is super craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Yeah, and we're screwed now. A puzzle. That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figure. True enough. The people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? Okay. So you can't take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. He's having fun. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue your testimony. So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there aren't that many people with this same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. As long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Ngard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Delightful bear figurine. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please? There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle. and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's a suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Inpax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Inpax had a very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully sing her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Well... order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard it all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Edward's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right, at least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Like, it's not gonna happen, girl. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deadly silent courtroom. In her notes, Celeste Inpax left to us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by Engard, about being engaged to Corrida and Engard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. And that's all Miss Inpax had to say. Our case is fucked. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engard. Then what our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt Engard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Well. It's Engard's fault that woman killed herself. And this time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible, what a selfish person. I guess there are slime-hole lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. I mean, legally you have a right to an attorney, so there's always gonna be a person who's gonna legally defend you no matter what, whether you like it or not. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain his suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe, somehow, I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The cable is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix, hurry. Suicide note of the figurine. Which one of these should I pursue? The suicide note. Please, wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He looks like a hedgehog. He's still going at it? Oh, god damn it, I couldn't read the last time. I think Your Honor believes that Maddengar killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Corrida until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Maddengar could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order! 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 Come on, bitches! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edward, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the... I thought the spy camera was in my possession. Maddengar and the victim both thought of the other as the biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And... the victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Maddengar. Oh boy. Order! Order! Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? You don't tell me you know about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Maddengar's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ngar learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. I mean, I highly doubt that he could have read the note from a camera like that. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now that's... what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shush, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edward is very close to putting the lead on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded. You're still salty about that one case that you kicked his ass on, right? For not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think it's time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? No, present the evidence. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever had, Mr. Wright. Do you need me to scream it again? Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. I'm always desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edward, this is not like you at all. Huh? In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edward. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. And that should be a suicide note. That is Miss Inpax's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So? As to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Inpax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting... Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, I'm doing what I need to do to not get my ass kicked. You were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. If this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Mrs. Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt and Guard. I didn't know such a thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edward, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edward, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? Either the defense has stated the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. Impossible. That's impossible. Such your feelings, you know it to be true. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my bad. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. And God is guilty. Look at the idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe! Hello? Gumshoe? What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, Paul, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you, I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, Paul. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty, 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 guilty. Shame, shame, shame. It's just like the shame one. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't... For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edward. I can't do that! Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceeding. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edward, catch! Oh, they even animated the little, like... That wasn't in the original, where, like... They put the actual human... Like, the PNG of the phone being thrown. That's actually hilarious. Mr. Edward? Please, you got to buy us some more time. What is in session? Dude, at least return my phone to me. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying... Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... You have to admit that my throwing of the cell phone was pretty cool. I am reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. Court is adjourned for the day. Please wait. Oh god damn it, I hit my mic again. Please wait, Your Honor. Edward? What is it, Mr. Edward? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can't perform the necessary tests on this piece of paper in that, this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will not take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I am not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will not take its final recess of the day. March 23rd, 2:04 PM, District Court, defendant number 3. Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her at that time. Report. Is that Mr. Edward? We don't have time, just spit it out. Right, it looks like we missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I got the things he left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'll say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. God fucking damn it, Mancha. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just got here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running over a red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. What was that? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me! No one can stop me. Oh god fucking damn it, Gumshoe. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We got to hurry and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Thank God Francisca is an obsessed creeper. Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? There is a way. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through these profiles. Francisca. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca. Will she even want to help us? Edworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone anywhere again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt to someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death, right? It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edward here? Yes, Bailiff. There's a bond call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finishing with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. 15 minutes over time with this shit. The last case is always the longest. But that's it. That's gonna be everything for today. We're finishing this on Friday, thank the Lord. Oh, my back. I stretch and now my back is dead. Oh, my back. Oh, I'm gonna be feeling that for a couple of hours, huh? Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Yeah, we're finishing this on Friday. Here's the deal. If I get a copy of the remaster of Shadows of the Dam, we might put Trials and Tribulations on hold, do Shadows of the Dam, and then do Trials and Tribulations. Depends if I get it. It's mostly dependent on that. But otherwise, we're starting Trials and Tribulations after we finish Justice for All, which we should on Friday, because we have, like, I don't know, 2 hours of case left, I think. And yeah, that's basically it. Tomorrow, I don't know, maybe some Hades. I still haven't seen Dionysus, and I want to meet Dionysus in Hades. I want to see his package. So we might just do a couple of Hades runs. Maybe I'll do something else. I'll think about it. It's a day for me to relax and do whatever, so I'll think about it. But anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good start to your week, and I'll see you tomorrow for something else that I don't know what it is yet. Yeah. Bye, everyone.